I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless,
Present.
Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Bacava,
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Here.
Councilmember Moz,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks,
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And do we have any public speakers to address our closed session agenda?
Mayor, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Okay, so right now we're going to close the public comment of the closed session agenda and recess to closed session. Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Bacaba?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Present.
Councilmember Moz?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is going to be an invocation that will be offered this evening by Mr. Scott Hicken from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Bayless to lead us in our flag salute. Mr. Hicken, please come forward if you're ready. And thank you for joining us this evening.
Our beloved Father in heaven, we are grateful to be gathered here this evening in this city council meeting for the city of Anaheim, and grateful for those that serve our city, those that dedicate their time and talents to building this city into a great place. We are grateful for the many blessings that we afford, especially the freedom to worship and to be able to meet together and underneath the laws and current government that we have. We pray, Heavenly Father, that those that reside on this council this evening might be guided by Thee and might be able to make decisions for the betterment of the city. We are grateful for this free country that we live in and pray a blessing to be upon the leadership and the government there and all those that lead and guide this free country. We pray that we'll be more united and more positive in our outlook towards one another. We ask a special blessing to be upon us this night, that the proceedings might go without incident and that we might be able to enjoy the communications that is here. We ask a blessing to be upon those that live in Los Angeles that have been affected by the fires. We pray thy blessings be upon them, that they might be comforted, that they might be able to find hope and strength and be able to endure the challenge which they face. We are grateful for all of the city of Anaheim, those that serve the police force and for the fire departments that protect this great city. Pray a blessing to be upon them, that they'll be kept from harm. We love thee, Father. We acknowledge thy hand in all things and give thanks unto thee this evening as we prepare to meet, and we say these things in the sacred name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. God bless you. I'm Rich Holders Ministries.
You know, before I lead the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd also like to say thank you. We stand with our neighbors to the north, who have been impacted by the fires over the past week. Anyways, with that said, ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America. Mouser.
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us today. Today, I have the pleasure of recognizing a dear friend, Mr. Mike Rubin, who is retiring after 30 years of dedicated service on the board of the Anaheim Community Foundation. Mr. Rubin is a former partner at Rattan & Tucker, and he has generously shared his legal expertise, providing invaluable counsel to the foundation on their policies and procedures. Beyond his professional contributions, Mike has been a mentor, advisor, friend, and voice of reason. We thank him for his time, his talent, and support that has strengthened our Anaheim community and strengthened the foundation overall. Mike's contributions have been nothing short of heroic. He has exemplified the values of truth, justice, and a better tomorrow, embodying the spirit of our Anaheim Community Foundation. It has truly been a privilege to have Mike serve on the board for all of these years. As a city and as mayor, I extend my deepest appreciation and best wishes as he embarks on his well-deserved second retirement. If you could please join us and share a few words, and we'd love to get a picture with the council.
Well, I'll be mercifully short. When you're recognized like this, my first reaction is I'm not worthy. But fortunately, I'm not the judge, so it doesn't matter. I have the great honor to serve with an incredible board and with Janice Heckel, who's our executive director. Carol Latham is our president, our leader. She loves quotes, I love quotes, so we both like to trade quips and quotes with each other, so I'll leave one for you. The daily battle is not between good and evil. It's between choosing good or choosing to do nothing. So it's on us. It's on us to serve. I'm deeply grateful to Anaheim and the Anaheim Community for giving me the opportunity for the last 30 years to serve on the board of the Anaheim Community Foundation and to be of some service and do something worthwhile with my life. Most of you are volunteers as well. My gratitude to you and to the City Council, all of who are here because they want to do good for the community and are serving the community. So thank you very much. Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe. And then if we could ask everyone just to squeeze in, we will get a photo. Okay. Yep.
Our second recognition is for our Anaheim residents and students that benefit from the Anaheim Public Library system. And we know there are so many ways that our Anaheim Public Library serves our community. Tonight, we want to take a moment to recognize the student authors from the Anaheim and Centralia school districts who participated in our annual writing contest hosted by the Anaheim Public Library and Altrusa International. I'd like to invite City Librarian Audrey Lujan and Carol Latham from Altrusa International to talk more about this wonderful program.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is an exciting opportunity for the library and, more importantly, for the scholars right there, seated right there. They are officially published authors. That is huge. I also want to recognize the fact that all of the families are here celebrating as well. I see flowers, I see balloons, and our two superintendents from the Anaheim Elementary School District and Centralia School District are here, as well as their school board members. They are all here to recognize you. Now, the important thing to remember, okay, we always say readers succeed, right? Literacy is important. This is the beginning of your journey. This is an award today and you're recognized, but look at it as a beginning to your journey to become a David Baldacci making $6 million a year. Is anybody up to that? Okay, there, right there. She is, okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna turn it over to Carol Latham, who has been my partner in crime for 10 years on this project. Carol.
Thank you. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you to the mayor and city council. Thank you for being here, family, friends, superintendents, teachers, parents. This project celebrated its 10th year. And when we first started it, we had no idea that it would, spread to all 24 elementary schools in Anaheim, and now to 2 schools in Anaheim that are part of Centralia School District. It has been a wonderful opportunity for the Altrusa Club, and our club president, Mary DeLacy, is here. But it has been a wonderful opportunity for our club to come together and to be able to help these scholars find their voice and tell their story has been tremendous. And the sky's the limit, It's the start for them to be authors, to be writers, to be readers. And I just want to say to them, your voice matters. Your words matter. So keep on writing, keep on reading, keep on exploring, keep on learning. And we'll see what happens next year. Thank you. Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce from the Anaheim Elementary School District, Katie Hernandez, and from Centralia Elementary School District, Enrique Romero.
Hello and thank you. I have the pleasure of reading our students' names and inviting them to come up to share their celebration with all of you. From Barton Elementary, we have Ni Nguyen. From Edison Elementary, Jonathan Green. From Franklin Elementary, she wasn't able to join us tonight, but Natalie Castro is our winner. From Gower, we have Amy Zatina Villafuerte. From Gwynn, Carolina Sanchez. From Henry, Alexa Gutierrez, who I believe is not here either, but congratulations to her. From Jefferson, Jackson Valentine. From Juarez, Gemma Nava. From Lincoln, Fernando Martinez. From Loera, Dia Contractor. From Madison, Sarah Lee. From Man, Natalie Rangel. From Marshall, Kaylee Alvarez. From Olive, Natalie Hernandez. From Orange Grove, Sofia Borja. From Ponderosa, Giovanni Villaseñor. From Price, Frida Andrade. From Revere, Dalia Cardenas. From Roosevelt, not here tonight, but Elijah Bay Orlando. From Ross, Noah Pacheco. From Stoddard, Samara Nicolette Dagdag. From Sunkist, Indabella Quesada. And finally, from Anaheim Elementary for Westmont, Alina Culian. Congratulations, authors.
And I get the honor to represent Centralia Elementary School District and our 2 honorees. So first of all, from Centralia Elementary School, Ruby Camper. And from Danbrook Elementary School, Emily Salas. Congratulations, students.
Everyone squeeze in, take a couple steps.
Perfect, just like a class photo. Couple steps this way. I know. I don't think I can get one. We need a Okay, Natalie. We'll get a couple photos as well. Okay. So everybody, let us take the official photos. So if everybody can look at this camera right here.
All right, ready? Everyone stop it. Can I have you sitting in the corner, scoot in a little bit more?
Perfect, so looking right
All right, look
here.
at this official camera. 1, 2, 3, big smiles. 2, 3. Perfect. All right. We'll have okay, one more right here
Yes.
with me. Thank you.
Can we have our school board members join us? And superintendent. Yeah, are you still able to get everyone?
Yeah,
Okay. So everyone, if I could have, and then everybody on my left, if you don't mind getting as tight as you can.
Oh, yeah.
And then, if we can have everybody look right here.
Hold her sound, big smile.
Perfect. Now our work's just beginning. We want to let others take photos. Okay, everybody else. And then if more parents want to come up, you're welcome to. You guys are doing great. Keep holding that. Do we have any other parents that want to come up? I think we are good. Thank you, everyone.
Writers, I'm writing the Bible. One law, put it all, Bible magazine. I'm writing the Bible. One law, put it all, Bible magazine. I'm writing the Bible. God bless you. I'm writing the Bible. One law, put it all, Bible magazine. God bless you. I'm a writer for the Bible. Good job. One law, put it all, Bible magazine. In the field, I say it's called. Doing security for Disney in the writing. God bless you. Counselor. Counselor.
So we're just going to take a few minutes to let everybody clear out.
I'm a writer for the Bible. One law, put it all, Bible magazine. I'm doing the film to try to save the cause. Talk about it time to time.
Always. Whenever I go, not only this one. Yeah, and like, I can't find the movie, so I have like, I'm always finding them from Europe or the Middle East. Send them.
Well, it's funny, I'm an aficionado too, because there's different fields. There's a British field.
Yeah, yeah.
And there is American.
So while we're waiting for the room to clear out, I was going to turn it over to our clerk because next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, could you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one this evening recognizing January 11th, 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and we'll be forwarding that proclamation to the department.
Thank you so much, Clerk. At this time, if there's no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to take an agenda item out of order and have an update by the city manager and the fire chief regarding the fires impacting the communities in Los Angeles and Ventura counties.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the community. I am proud to share how our city has responded to our region's tragic fires and worked tirelessly to serve and keep Anaheim safe. Our hearts and support go out to our neighbors to the north. We have had no major issues here in Anaheim. As part of my update, I would like to ask Fire and Rescue Chief Pat Russell to come up and share an update on his operation.
Thank you. Your safety.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm just going to give a brief update on the fire condition in Los Angeles County and where we're sitting here in Anaheim and what we've done to prepare. As we all know, approximately about a week ago, Southern California experienced unprecedented Santa Ana winds, nothing that we've seen in recent history. As a result of those winds, several fires in Los Angeles County broke out and were uncontained fires for quite a while. Two of those fires grew to be large fires with several structures destroyed or damaged into the thousands, and tragically, both of those fires experienced civilian fatalities. Prior to the wind event coming in, here in Anaheim, we did with our partners here in Orange County, we did pre-position an OES Type 3 strike team in East Anaheim and our water tender that was paid for by state OES. We deployed additional 4 Type 3 engines and a strike team leader, one of our battalion chiefs in East Anaheim in the event that we did have an incident. Shortly after the fires in Los Angeles County started, the OES Type 3 strike team was immediate need to the Palisades fire. An additional OES Type 1 strike team was staffed and sent shortly after that. And one of our Metronet Type 1 strike teams was a combination of 5 different cities here in Orange County, and an Anaheim battalion chief was the leader. All those resources went to the Palisades fire. All resources are currently still there, still assigned, and we do constant check-ins with our personnel and their families to make sure that they have no needs back here. As I stated just a second ago, we pre-positioned several units here in Anaheim. In the county, there were 3 additional Type 1 strike teams stood up for in-county response. We made a difficult decision, but it was the right decision that we weren't going to allow any additional units out of Anaheim or Orange County. The way mutual aid works, as you know, it's the closest unit concept, so they kept asking for those closer units because they needed resources in minutes, not hours. We feel like we sent adequate resources to help, but we had a severe threat here in East Anaheim, so we did not want to get to drawdown. At no time during our response sending out resources did we have any station in Anaheim unstaffed. And I'm very proud to say that we had an overwhelming amount of our firefighters call and request to come back and help if needed. So staffing our companies here was not a problem. And that continues today. Those resources are still upstaffed. Coordinating with our partners, like I said early on, we've had constant calls with all the fire chiefs in Orange County daily. I've reached out to CAL FIRE to confirm that our contract out in the mutual threat zone with our local response area is indeed in place, and they can fulfill those obligations, which would be immediate response of a vegetation fire for engines, dozers, hand crews, and aircraft that's available. Countywide, like I said, it staffs additional resources, and all those are being held in county. I think it's also important to remind that mutual aid is voluntary. Like I said, the resources that we send, and in the event that we get an incident here in Anaheim or in Orange County, we can ask and get our resources emergency demob released and come back here to Anaheim or Orange County. One thing I would like to encourage our residents, as we've talked many times about Ready, Set, Go, I think it's critically important during this that all of our residents review emergency plans, understand their evacuation route, and know your way. Pack their vehicles in the ready position, make sure their vehicles are fueled. So in the event we have an incident here in East Anaheim that we do have to do evacuations, they're ready to go, and please evacuate early if the call comes to do evacuations. Speak quickly, there's been a lot of conversation about the water system in Los Angeles County, and I can't really speak to that, but I can assure you, as part of being an ISO Class 1 city and department, large evaluations are done on our water delivery system, and we're in much better shape. We have the ability to boost water on a grid system that we've done several times during our fires in the past, so we can increase both the GPM and the PSI out of hydrants for firefighting. Our reservoir is full, and our hydrants are maintained on a very regular basis. They're serviced and maintained. We are continuing to evaluate our emergency plans and update them as necessary through our EOC. And as always, we stand ready to serve Anaheim the best we can in any way we need to. Thank you. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Chief, for that update, and thank you to all the men and women in our fire department that have stepped up to help our neighbors to the north. You continue to set the bar, both as a chief and as a department, about what collaborative and adequate firefighting is. So thank you so much to your service to the city. And I also just want to take the time to highlight our Anaheim Public Utilities that also sent crews up north to help restore power for those that were out of power. So thank you, Dooku, to you and your team for helping when help is needed.
Mayor Eakin, if I can continue to address APU?
I'm so sorry. Does anyone else have any just questions or, sorry, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief Russell, and to your team at Anaheim Fire. Anaheim Public Utilities deployed 2 field crews to Glendale Water and Power to assist with power restoration. Glendale was not directly impacted by the fire, but did struggle with wind that caused outages to about 1/3 of their customers. Here at home, our utility team has seen scattered wind-driven outages, all manageable and restored as quickly as possible. We have also received and responded to questions about fire hydrants, given the unprecedented challenges seen here in Los Angeles. As the chief mentioned, we have seen high degree of confidence in our water system, which includes 750 miles of pipeline and 7,800 fire hydrants. With our own water utility, we can control pumps and open connections to imported water supplies to ensure pressure. Hydrants across our city are regularly maintained. For the past week, Anaheim Public Works has swiftly addressed more than 50 tree-related issues caused by wind. Our Public Works crews and contractors have cleared fallen trees, branches, and other debris. Thankfully, there were no major issues. Public Works has also swept our streets throughout our winds to ensure our roads are clear as possible. Even without major issues in Anaheim, we have gone above and beyond communicating with our community. We have communicated in advance of and throughout the wind events, and we have shared daily updates upon the situation in our city and region. We have also used the heightened awareness to encourage emergency preparedness and to share with our visitors that city has been unimpacted even as we support our neighbors to the north. Our information has been timely, accurate, and useful, and has been well received by our community, as you can see in the sampling of comments here. We thank the mayor, council, and our residents for our support of our efforts. That concludes my report, and I thank you, Team Anaheim.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Moving on, Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, on the agenda, item number 13 is several appointments to our boards and commissions. And just noting for the agenda for later this evening, Councilmember Bayless has requested to continue certain boards and commissions to bring those back at a later date. For Councilmember Bayless, we'll be continuing the Cultural and Heritage Commission, Housing and Community Development Commission, Public Utilities Board, and Sister City Commission. And for Councilmember Moz, we'll be continuing the Senior Citizen and Housing and Community Development Commission. But the remaining commissions on this evening's agenda will be appointed, and I'll work with the council members on bringing those forward at a later date.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just for my notes, for Councilmember Bayless, it's
Culture and Heritage,
Okay.
Housing and Community Development, Public Utilities, and Sister City.
okay, thank you. I will try to keep that organized later. So we are now going to open up public comment. Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing our council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council except for any scheduled public hearings. The public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we do ask that individuals please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Se proporcionan servicios de interpretación al español en todas las reuniones del Consejo Municipal. Se proporciona interpretación simultánea al español a través de uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva está disponible para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para servicios de traducción en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina del secretario municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la reunión programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:47 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:17 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, at this time, just for agenda items, we have one speaker addressing agenda item number 5, and Mr. Mike Robbins, if he can please step forward. Time limit is 3 minutes.
Let me first state that I'm 69 years old. I've been working in the political venues for, 50 years for different presidential elections, gubernatorial elections, and for the last 20 years, city council, council members and city council mayors and other people involved in the politics here in Orange County. As a member of the People's Homeless Task Force, Carlos, we were on the Anaheim Homeless Policy Working Group. We worked on that. We presented that to the city council in 2018. Norma Kurtz was on that board also, so she should know all about that. We don't need to sit through another meeting, and we sat through many. We put on the meetings. We didn't have to sit through the meetings. But also, we're older, and we can't always stay till 1 a.m. like we did for decades for some of the meetings and some of the issues. You can't have secret meetings. Now we're going back to Harry Sadu. And I could say something really mean, like, Heidi Fleiss, had secret meetings and kept the client list secret. You can't keep the client list secret. You can't have secret meetings. And I do want to cover a few other things here really quick, please, because there was a fire. I've been up here for the last several years talking about the amount of emergency personnel. We don't have the money in Anaheim because we're not getting enough money from Disneyland. Anaheim has 340,000 residents, 25 million annual visitors, 25,000 businesses, and a fire zone. And we have the same size fire department as Fullerton statistically per person. They have 6 fire stations, we have 11. They only have 2,500 businesses in Fullerton. We have 25,000. The firefighters were here. And you can ask the fire chief. I don't think that he would lie to you. I think that they're just working with what they have. But I don't think he would lie to you when I tell you that the firefighters were here years ago, just a few years ago, saying there are not enough firefighters. We don't know what we're going to do. We're stressed out. We're overworked, and we need help. And now look at this. Where would we be? Where would you be, Ashley, especially up in the hills there? And Natalie Meeks, of course. We need the money, and you need it right now. And you could put it on there for next month's agenda, $2 for every tourist who comes here to Disneyland, and that would bring in enough money for you to hire whatever it is. I don't know. You'd have to. A real fire expert would have to come in and tell you how many people you need. You need rent control and affordable housing, and that's part of your Disney. You're indentured by Disneyland. You give them rent control and affordable housing, and the workers won't have to get the same pay increases, and they won't go on strike. It could benefit Disney by $1 billion. So anyway, paraphrase, we need more fire people. You've got to talk to the firemen and not to the fire chief.
Sorry, your time is
We
up.
need more money, obviously, and you can't possibly have secret meetings. That's crazy. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. We will now move forward to general comments, and we have 13 speakers addressing City Council. Our first speaker is Cecil Jordan Corkin. Time limit per speaker is 3 minutes. Cecil Jordan Corkin, could step forward up at this time.
Disappeared. Come on, Cecil. You're losing time.
I've been watching over the news on Channel 1 about the fire, and I've been concerned about what Pontius Pilate did for persecuted Jesus, and I'm working on that. And he turned him over to the mob, and I'm working on Matthew 25 in my writings. And I'm working on the reports of the budget talk on Gene Ordway of Disney. I'm still bringing that to your attention. We talked about it last year. Now I'm talking about it again this year because I wrote it down on the notes of today and about the fire and the housing for Disney, the housing project that you've been building, and the Disney Gene Ordway and the winners for the writings, because I'm a writer for the Bible, One Law, Holy Law Bible Magazine, and the film Jesus Christ Saved the Cross. I found a man that's going to come to my apartment and tinker with it and get it back in order where I can do my video, and I'm working on the handwritings right now. I'm in Matthew 25, like I said, for Pontius Pilate trying to persecute Jesus and have him crucified and turned over to the mob of the security. And I'm waiting on what you're going to do to security Disney on the sex trafficking of pedophiles and make sure that part of it is safe. And I'm bringing that back to your attention. So that's what I'm talking about right here, in here, in here. And I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm security on it. And I've been writing, I wrote almost 500 pages on it. And since I've been back with the Bible and getting that done, and Outreach Homeless Ministries has been praying for the council team on the security in the fire. It looks like a volcano. It's what it looks like on the on Channel 1 on cable, and I've been watching it there. So I'm waiting on you right now, Mayor, to be safe with Disney. Make sure there's no more sex trafficking in Disney. Because there was a gentleman that got busted for sex trafficking, a black man, and I wrote his notes down in my notebook at home, and I have the notes from last year. And the sex trafficking in Disney better be straightened out, or the next trip is FBI and a lawyer. Okay, Anaheim better, and I'm praying over the police department to be safe, and confession over the riots, because I wrote that down too and turned in a copy to the chief of police on the riots. He's got a copy, a book copy of it. And the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit for you too to take care of yourself on these matters that I'm talking about now. Mouser, and the fire. God bless you in the safety over Anaheim and LA and what the fire department's trying to do to take care of this matter. And that's what I'm working on in prayers for all of this matter. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, take care of Disney. So I want it safe.
We'll have our next speaker step forward. Mark Richard Daniels.
And you understand too, and the budget's all right.
I understand everything.
On the GRG way.
It's the things that I don't understand is what, anyhow, hello everyone, Happy New Year. As I spoke to you last meeting of the year about the supermajority of women on the council, and early this year, just about 10 days ago, we lost Shirley McCracken, who was only the second woman to sit on this city council. And she was elected 22 years after Miriam Kaywood. That's how long it took. And she served until 2004. She was the mayor pro tem on September 11th, 2001. And the Anaheim city manager at the time, everyone was trying to get in touch with Mayor Tom Daly, who was out of town. He was at a meeting. And the flights were, remember, grounded, and everything was uncertain. So Shirley McCracken had to act as mayor because everything was in a calamity state. And she was quite a force. She would give so much to the community as a volunteer and just a regular citizen. She went back to to her church and to her community after she served here on the council. And I knew her for many years, friend on Facebook, the whole thing. We used to swap stories about things that, are long ago, because, this was all before term limits. We didn't have the district elections at that time. So it was still kind of a different era. And she was like a no-nonsense type, as many of you are, of course. But she was like always one of those no frills, didn't want attention kind of. And you're the successors to that great legacy. Then it would only take 2 years for Lucille Crean to be elected after Shirley McCracken was elected. Then it was Lucille Crean would reappear every so often, and then Lori Galloway and so on, and now we have this great council here. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, if they could step forward. Paul Hayek.
This time, with our fire department as thin as it is, this would be a good time to have all those people who are certified let their bosses know what's going on, that if we need simple first aid, CERT would be the people to cover it. Furthermore, whoever's on the water board, you can get round trip Metrolink to Union Station. Get in by time to make the meeting. You got a 1240 and a 124 return to Fullerton. And we have a couple of these that we will pass out. If the clerk would like to take this one, at least for starters, we'll have more next month, next meeting. At least it'd be better than taking a city car all the way to LA and pay parking and all that. And it's a nice ride. You can sit there, get on your computer, do office work, whatever. That means that the CERT people can help take care of Disneyland and all their tourists. And I'm living in a community of over 2,100 people in my apartment complex. I got 2168 one bedrooms and 24 two bedrooms.
Our next speaker, please step forward. Dr. Safavi.
Good afternoon. I hope this prayer that we had at the beginning of session, God give you a soft heart and proper decision, that you open your eyes and your mind, city manager, that makes your decision that I can live in a proper peace in my own life and in my own shell. I have worked over 44 years in medical profession, from Yale School of Medicine to New York to Chicago to right here in Los Angeles and Orange County. I have never been bothered that much. You collected the taxes. You collected the security, the water, the fire, the ambulance to take care of us. If you just collect the money and you're not taking the responsibility or our life or safety, then allow us to decide for our safety. Mayor, I've been planning to see you for the past at least a year. There's people that they are sitting behind the desk in the front, they're blocking me not to see you. For what reason? I don't understand. I am a person that I provided a service in this country. I cannot tell you for what department, but the State Department at the time of 80s, that they had political problem. I cannot go detail. And I deserve to be treated like the citizen that I have protected this country. In many other countries, I cannot go detail. I really think the city has to let us to take care of our safety and security. This fire that occurred in Los Angeles, I have some of my family that I have lost their houses. And we all know that it's caused by lack of management and planning of the city. Lack of police, lack of fire people, lack of personnel on the security and watching. I wish this monitor, there is some kind of camera system here that I can show you where is the fire start. The fire starts right behind, back of your office, back of your house, inside your street. There is some nasty picture with the knife, with weapons that they come to my property. The supervisor of Orange County came to the office because there's a school district there. The police is there, is informed, and they know how unsafe, how unsecure the west part of Anaheim at the corner of North Avenue and Ball Road. Mr. Ryan Ballias lives around that area, and
Sir?
he knows exactly what problem we have.
Sir, I'm sorry.
I
your
know
time is
I
up.
don't have enough time to explain. If you see all this picture, you will be sorry for us there. I put a gate and the fences, and
Sir,
City
I'm
of
sorry,
Anaheim
your
wants
time
me
is
to
up.
remove them.
Sir?
Am I done?
Yes, your time is up.
I
Thank
just have
you.
one sentence.
I-
I have this
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry?
You're in the red. You got your 3 minutes.
I know. You're responsible for you. This is the city. I'm part of the city. Thank you so much. Huh? No, this is, I wish I could put them in a margin that they know, you know what's going on with it. I really would like you.
I know. Thank you, sir. Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Allow me to maintain my safety.
We have our next speaker step forward.
Hi. Last time I was here was December 17th. My name is Joan Molina. I'm the lay pastor of One Accord Crusades International. Greetings to all of you, Happy New Year. Since La Palma Park has been under reconstruction, and that we've taken the ministry over to, thank you, to Manzanita Park. Now, last month, I had given a packet to everybody showing suggested improvements in that on signages and stuff, and what I had gone through with the park rangers and stuff, kind of like a harassment and a cease and desist letter. So I've gone my part. I've gone to the Orange County Environment Inspector, and I had him come to Manzanita Park. We met on how I serve food and what we do in the ministry, and he gave me the okay. I have a Category 4 license. Now, I can give this to you also, and another thing that he wrote up. Now, as long as the fee is $122, but he said that as long as I align with the food bank, that he would waive the fee. So I am here to guarantee that the food safety is fine. I don't have more than 25 people. 25 is my limit. I go to Rouse or Stater Brothers. I buy 25 grocery bags. I put water in there. I put banana, chips, and oranges in there. And so what I'm looking for to go with your statute, that, so I don't get another threat from code enforcement, is that I get permission from you that our Sundays from 3 to 5 o'clock is fine to meet at Manzanita Park and to give out needs. And a matter of fact, this past Sunday, there was a guy, he was looking for smokes, and he was by my van, and I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And because I keep my door open, so anytime I need to access it. And it turns out he fell asleep on the grass. And it was getting cold, and thank God that I have extra blankets and that. And so I have a picture of him that we covered him up so that he would have a comfy, nice sleep and that. And so I was a Girl Scout too, first cadet back in 1974. I'm a lot older than what you guys think, but the Lord keeps you young when you're doing His work. And I just would like to see if you guys would give me that permission. I have contacted JJ Jimenez, Love Anaheim, that was with Nathan. He's got my back, and also Marissa saw the picture, and Shawnee, she's been in meetings, so I haven't been able to get anything from her, but I'm looking for a valid thing, because there's a lot of ministries that go throughout the parks within Anaheim here, that we need to have your blessing in that, because we're not costing you guys anything. This is out of the heart of people that love the Lord, and
I'm sorry, your time is up.
that's it.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, could we have someone from code enforcement just follow up with her about what is allowed, and maybe we can find a way that's mutually beneficial, that she's staying within the confines of our rules? Thank you.
Yeah, everything I law abide by it, so Girl Scout, you know. No, this hand.
Our next speaker.
Matthew Duncan, wildlife advocate in Anaheim since the age of 9. First of all, I just want to give my kudos to Anaheim Fire and Rescue for their contributions to the people in Los Angeles and their pets. I'm sure it's much appreciated. But speaking of the fires, I would like to also acknowledge a couple of organizations that have been very much involved over the last week in treating our native wildlife that has been severely impacted. Wildlife Care of Southern California and Wetlands and Wildlife Care, which is located here in Orange County and Huntington Beach, have been working around the clock treating animals of all kinds. Sadly, a lot of animals were just incinerated, a lot of wildlife in these fires. But I know they treated a little female coyote that was severely burned on her paws, her belly, her chest, her ears, her face, had smoke inhalation, dehydration, and was going into shock. But she's in good hands now because she's with people who actually care about wildlife. And I give kudos to them. And there have been stories you've seen, I don't know, maybe you saw the video of the mother mountain lion with her cubs running down the street up in Malibu. It's an awful time, and I do support these people who are helping, including the fire department and the fire and rescue from Anaheim. Now, speaking of coyotes and how coyotes are treated, I'm going to be meeting tomorrow with the California Fish and Game Commission regarding your what I consider to be inability to follow all of the regulations set forth by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and by the Commission, specifically 465.5 G3, the trap placement rule. I asked for the city to provide locations as to where Jimmy Rizzo is trapping. Didn't get any. Torrance did give us that information, and we use it to allow the Department of Fish and Wildlife to investigate, and now he's in a little bit of hot water with the DA in LA County. So I would appreciate if you guys would be transparent. I've asked before, but for the two new members, that you actually let us know where you are trapping, where you are setting snares, because I know you're setting snares in public parks. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
City Mayor, City Council, Ruben Soto here. Now, this is something to think about. Prop 64 legalized marijuana. LA's burning up in smoke. Cheech and Chong made a movie Up in Smoke a long time about marijuana. Okay, now you legalize it. Okay, born in East LA, Cheech and Chong. Wow, think about what you did. But anyway, I wore this shirt in downtown Dindy. 3 days. I wore a normal shirt, I wore this, and they kicked me out, okay? I took them, I knew they were gonna do it. I took them all the way down where I know Kim, a black lady that gives me churros free. I gave her $25 for her birthday. And a lot of people like me in there, but you know what? Security sucks. They attack me when you got hoochie mamas wearing, showing their breasts, their ass, prostitutes walking in there. Okay, and I'm against drinking and drugging, smoking marijuana. I'm an ex-drug addict. Okay, I lost everything because what Christians do, they judge you. But look at me now. But you know what? I took them all the way down, telling Kim, walking around, screaming out, videotape it. I put it all over Facebook, I put it all over Instagram, and telling them you kids are in danger here. You know why? Drinking. I know about the incidents going there because I know people that work there about alcohol-related fights and stuff. Okay, so that's what I did. Over this shirt. So I told them I'd be back. You know why? You kids are in danger. I wear this for a reason because I used to go to strip clubs. I don't go no more. I ask the girls why they do this crap. And they tell me bad stuff. So I went to, when I volunteer in Riverside, the homeless, they have young girls, mother, daughter, okay? And I tell them, I ask the ladies, can I tell them? And they say, yeah. You do this crap, you're gonna end like them. I got stories at the store. I just go in there and be a pervert. I question these girls. I was a drug dealer. I do whatever I want, but you know what? I'll be talking to them. Bad stuff they go through. Their parents throw them away. These guys pick them up. They're all on drugs. But anyway, that's all I got to say. You know, why are y'all messing with me? I'm the one trying to save your kids off drugs and drinking. I don't get it. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Raimundo.
Okay. Hola, buenas noches.
Good evening, everyone.
Pues yo vení nada más a
I am here
hablar sobre
to speak
el
about
nombre de la escuela de
to the
Anaheim.
name of the Anaheim School.
Y necesitamos
We
que
need
haya ese
that there
cambio
be a change
porque es por el bien de los
because
niños.
it's for the benefit of the children.
Hay que sembrar algo positivo en
Let's
ellos
put something positive within them.
y no nada más a los niños, sino
And not
en
just
todas
the kids,
los
but
padres,
all
la
the parents
comunidad.
and the community.
Entonces,
So then
necesitamos
we
ese
need
cambio.
that change.
Nombre colonista, pues no.
The colonized first name,
colonist name.
the colonist name, Anaheim High School.
Pues algo que sea
That the
positivo,
name be
que les dé
removed and
orgullo a los
something
niños
positive
para que
to
crezcan
bring,
bien.
to make proud the children for them to grow up properly.
Sí, yes.
Yes, that's all, I think, for now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Hello. To go off of that, for us as Native people, that name is a pain because it's a reminder, a constant reminder of everything our people had to go through. And having that name is basically saying it's okay to have rape, village, and pillage our people. And for us, it's something that brings us down, our self-esteem, our thoughts. And I just ask that we do get a change and have like how my grandpa said, something positive so that the children in that school, in the neighborhoods, that they could be proud of their roots and basically to continue moving forward as united, but that's all I ask, and thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. My name is Running Deer. Prayer for the people that got burned, lost their homes. As Native people, we felt that. We want to echo something. Listen, are you ready? Colonists, you did not allow Chicanos and Mexicanos, natives, indigenous, swim in the pools on Sycamore and Harbor Boulevard. Colonists, you killed Native Americans on Thanksgiving Day when we fed you turkey, chihuitotolin, and we taught you how to survive. Colonists, you enslaved us, BC, before the Africans. The blacks, colonists, you did not allow us in your segregated schools like the Mendes case in Westminster, Orange County. Colonists, you ran Anaheim City Council in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, the Ku Klux Klan. Colonists, you are the founders of Anaheim High School and parade, jails, prisons, and colonists. You shot our grandpas and grandmas, our people, Little People's Park, old Chicana gritos, barrio riots, colonists. You shot us not only on Thanksgiving Day in Massachusetts Bay, Little People's Park, but also in 2012 on Anna Drive. Mexican, Chicano, you're indigenous, you speak Nahuatl. We were taught to speak Spanish and English like in Native American boarding schools. The riots, colonists, you enslaved the Chinese and went to war with the Vietnamese and killed and colonized the islands of the Philippines. Colonized, colonist, that is what we say. Feel our pain, feel our grandpa, feel our grandma, our abuelitos and grandmas. Colonists, you are the CEOs, wear suits and ties. Colonists, you are the OC vibe, and we are now on stolen lands of the colonists. We are spelled you like the KKK. Colonists, you founded Anaheim High School, the name colonist. The blue, white, and red, your fall has come. The Native American prophecies say that America will come and go. White, blue, and red, that's right. Like they raped and they stole it and the United Slaves of America. Colonists, the Confederate flag. Colonists, we remember the learning of the ethnic studies in the brown berets. Colonists, you created the term Hispanic, German, Hispano Colonia colony. We're not the colony, the colonists, the colony. Colonists, you brought your bells and crosses. You forced us to be Catholic and Christian. to get on our knees or die by the sword. Colonists, even the skinheads, colonists, Nazis in Huntington Beach, but now we got some land back in Boca Chica and Huntington Beach. Colonists are the murderers and rapists of our native women, indigenous women like Toiporina from the Tangwa, Gabileño, Orquish, or Shishungna in Orange County and LA Basin. Colonists, you yelled and killed Pope and Cuauhtemoc and Sitting Bull and Crazy Jose and Geronimo. Colonists, we are the natives of this lands and varios. Colonists were shot by our people, the Anaheim PD and all PD's forces by the White House, the Pentagon. Colonists, your time has come to an end. We are the Aslan people from Tenochtitlan to Cuscatlan. Colonists, this whole continent is indigenous, and we will see the change. Colonists are the founders of Disney on the red points like the Angel Stadium. Colonists, you are the rapists, the murderers, the child molesters. Chicano, Chicana, Mexicano, Chilangolania is what we call it here in the barrios. You've come to colonize, but now it's to decolonize. Colonists, we are in the sixth sun. Chikwasito Natiu. Thank you so much. We pray for the animals that died there, and thank you for the desert plants in the city of Anaheim. Aho.
Hello, my name is Janine Robbins, a founding member of the People's Homeless Task Force. Kristen, I know you because you approached me at the Anaheim Democratic Club meeting for some enlightenment on the homeless issues in Anaheim. This was during your campaign, before you received hundreds of thousands of Disney dollars to buy that seat. Ryan, I know you too from the West Anaheim meetings held by Esther Wallace. You were always known as Esther's lackey. You too received hundreds of thousands of Disney dollars to buy that seat. Norma, well, you know what I think of you. You're a seat filler and a vote for Disney, having also received hundreds of thousands of Disney dollars. Now, please realize that people who are purchased are known as prostitutes. You are no different than the ones who walk up and down Beach Boulevard. In fact, I respect them more because they're open about what they do. Now, let's get to the real topic of this speech. Natalie Rubacava. Imagine my surprise when my phone blew up with calls and texts during a December meeting. Mike and I had spoken during general comments and then left for reasons that are really nobody's business. Natalie, you somehow thought it was appropriate to call me out for leaving the meeting after speaking on homelessness instead of staying to listen to the presentation by city staff. I even received emails from people who hunted down my email address. Oh my God, we were all laughing hysterically. And the general consensus is that you, Natalie, are a raving lunatic as well as a fucking bitch. To even dare call me out on anything is unacceptable. So therefore, by calling me out, I believe you broke the council rules since I don't think my appearance here was agendized. I would like Rob Fabella to weigh in on this because I'd be curious to hear his opinion, even though I know Rob as a liar who perjured himself in court during the Brown Act lawsuit. Let me tell you something. We have listened to these false presentations for 10 years now, and they are the same lies and bullshit every time. There is nothing true in these reports about actually addressing homelessness. Instead, each presentation consists of the lies that staff tells you. Do they tell you how people are being evicted from the Salvation Army Center of Hope? How much money have we invested in that? After jumping through hoops, the hoops that these people have to jump through to get in there? No, they do not tell you that. Instead of actually helping people, the city has chosen to commit genocide against a marginalized population. Let's throw torture in there too. By depriving people of sleep with Anaheim PD constantly forcing them to be on the move, you are committing and condoning torture. By forcing them out of the city into neighboring cities, such as Fullerton, Fred Jung, you are discriminating against a certain population. Everything about this new ordinance is dirty and hateful. But Natalie, next time you want to say something to me, say it to my face.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. One of you did answer my emails, and the rest of you owe that person a great big thank you, because otherwise I'd come up here and just start repeating what Michael Kuna thinks about the citizens of Anaheim. thinks that they're the N-word. Now, I offered, and we the people have offered each and every one of you the opportunity to be the heroes of Anaheim. And one of you mentioned that you don't want to be the hero. And I understand. You're not. Janine Robbins is a hero. Donna Michelle Acevedo is a hero. Yesenia Rojas is a hero. And I really don't like to say this about myself, but I'm a hero. I stood up in the middle of a SWAT raid over 25 years ago, seconds before the SWAT team unloaded on a group of innocent people. At the end of the SWAT raid, the SWAT commanders actually pulled me aside and thanked me for what I had done, for saving the lives of the innocent people and saving the SWAT team the guilt of having killed a bunch of people. So you're not the heroes. We are. We give you the opportunity to hold us up and celebrate us. And you sit and look at us with disgust. You actually laugh at us. Now, one of you had the courage to at least send me an email that said REC, received. And each and every one of you owe that person a huge vote of appreciation. The other thing is, at the Anaheim Democrats meeting, somebody apologized to us for challenging you and said that we're frustrated. We're not frustrated. We're destroyed. I used to own a home, but because I filed reports with the Anaheim police and those were ignored, I lost my home. Now, an interesting detail about those reports, I filed them with the FBI. And now the exact same police officer who couldn't take my reports and couldn't arrest the person that I was filing the reports on is now in court for the second time, arresting people because the FBI has ordered him to do so. If I were an Anaheim police officer and I was ordered by my city council to not act upon reports by my citizens, and then the FBI had to come in and tell me to do my job the way I knew I was supposed to do it in the first place, you have a lot to learn. And that's why we keep coming down here trying to teach you. We love you and wish you all the best. Pay attention to our petitions and answer them. Happy day.
Our next speaker.
Your little friend at Board of Supervisors, Katrina Foley, the FBI is going to have her out in
Mr.
no
Kay,
time.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Want to be next?
We have our next speaker. Please step forward. Fred Young.
I promise I won't be 3 minutes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. On January 2nd of this year, our Fullerton community faced a tragic incident when a small aircraft crashed into an industrial building full of workers near the Fullerton airport. While 2 precious lives were tragically lost, and we continue to mourn with their family and friends, it is clear to me and everyone that upon reflection, that tragedy would have been much worse were it not for our neighboring city of Anaheim and the support of its fire department. We are profoundly grateful to the first responders who, in the midst of this chaos, acted with great courage, unwavering dedication to protect lives and assist those in need. As the mayor of Fullerton, on behalf of a grateful city, I come here this evening on my night off to deeply acknowledge the efforts of the men and women of the Anaheim Fire Department. Your extraordinary efforts remind us all of the strength and resilience of our 2 communities and the brother and sisterhood we have between us. And I thank you personally for reminding me that we have heroes among us. Not all of them wear capes. God bless you, and thank you all. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Young, and I'll make sure that our chief is aware of your kind words so he can pass it along to our officers.
Peter Warner, P.O. Box 270, Hanford, California. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few things. I was mistreated when I was at West Anaheim Hospital, which is in District 1 of your city. They mismatched my medical case and I ended up in the psychiatric unit for 14 days when I shouldn't have been there. I should have been in the general population side of the hospital. So when patients are transferred from nursing homes to the hospitals to determine whether they can be discharged, they need to make sure that they're put in general population wherever it's possible to do that. And St. Jude Hospital, which I was at, transferred me into a Los Angeles County Nursing Care System, SNF, instead of keeping me here in Orange County where I know the area better. Now for other matters, when are we going to get the time boards and the digital clock displays fixed at the Anaheim station? Because that needs to be updated and programmed with the new Metrolink and also OCTA bus schedules, because part of the passenger experience is arriving at the station and seeing that you're going to have a bus leaving at 11:35 going to Long Beach, or a train leaving at 4:40 going up towards Los Angeles. And it would be nice to have that information displayed and to have the platform displays fixed so that they're displaying the correct time.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I have the notes posted for last month's meeting. They're at AnaheimGrease.com. You can sync them with the video on YouTube. I'd like to discuss public engagement, starting with council communications. Last meeting, they were 10% of the meeting, focused primarily on social interactions and restaurants. I hope we can address some of the points I raised here during council communications. I think first, it should be a thank you to the Anaheim Hills residents for being persistent in their efforts on the Deer Park development. They raised the falsification of addresses that was submitted by the city and staff to the state in the housing element draft. They brought up the falsification of data in the fire protection study that SALT put with their package. Again, they found it. I think that's a round of thanks. That's one good thing about public engagement. It's another perspective that has been missing. Maybe you can acknowledge that by taking care in your appointments to the Planning Commission, making sure that the new appointees have a respect for the dangers of fire that's been a bit cavalier in the past by the Planning Commission. Fire station number 12 would be nice. When that's built, they're going to take away one fire unit from Anaheim Hills to staff that. You have a couple years, perhaps we need another truck so that the hills don't lose the protection they have now. And perhaps you should focus now, it's a long-term process, on their evacuation plan. That was a real problem they have up there. You need to be working on an overpass over the 91 freeway. I don't want to hear it, they've tried and you failed. It's on your plate now. Please start. Public engagement, the housing element. I wish in council communications this was covered. It is currently in Sacramento. Expected back here in February before the Planning Commission and hopefully before the council in March. The public needs to know that. Public calendars. I only have 27 seconds. You're going to address that. The problem is you guys aren't taking them seriously. The mayor had 4 months where she had 14 meetings total. Rubalcaba had 3 months where she had 8 meetings total. And Meeks had 5 months with only 17 meetings listed. You guys need to keep these updated. And Kurtz, you still have Meeks's April meeting on your website. That needs to be corrected.
Herbert, your
And you
time
have
is up.
0 meetings for May. Thank you.
Our next speaker, they could step forward.
First thing, giving honor to God, those on the council serving the God of the people. Start of a new year, a new council. 5 women, 2 males, never in history. Bottom line is, what are you going to accomplish? What are you going to do? Are you going to pose for the camera? Or are you going to get out there and try to make a difference in somebody's life? Are you going to be part of the special interest? This is about shareholders, bottom line, putting a foot down on somebody, or are you going to act like you're standing up with a hand trying to help somebody up? Because our society, if you look at it, sometimes it'll make you wonder, is it winter in America? Is it winter in America? Bottom line, do we care more about money or do we care more about people? Bottom line, the stats. Our homeless situation is so bad. It's something like when I went back to school, got my degree, and they told me about polls. Watch out for the one who sponsors the poll. Usually it'll be in their favor. Bottom line. So I want to let you know that there's no love in the hearts of the special interests. All they doing is thinking about mind control, such as things like Citizens United. That was not about citizens being a benefit for citizens, but a benefit for those in power. We have been blessed. I pray for the people in the fires, going through devastation. Remember that emblem behind you, in God we trust. Bottom line, it's in his hands. And when we do go ahead and we start living more in sin, we pay more of the price. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We pay the price. So I want you to know why they coming down to it, and it's coming down to you 7 people. And we talk about politics. Dirty word. Dirty word. So I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna say that we need more love than hate. But you know, when people start caring more about material things, we start having more reason for hate. We start thinking that because you have more, that you're better than somebody. Our ethics and our morals is totally wrong. And I'm gonna leave with this. I only got, give me
Mr.
just a
Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
second and leave with you. I'm boots on the ground, and I was serving a meal to one man, and the man said, "You saved me." And I looked at him like he was crazy. I said, "What you mean?" He said, "I was going
Sorry,
to
Mr.
commit
Batiste,
suicide."
your time is up.
He said, "I was going to commit suicide at the Honda Center tonight. I was going to go to the Honda Center and cut
Sir,
my
I'm
wrist."
sorry, your time is up. Thank
We
you.
need to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Will we please have our next speaker please step forward?
Sorry. Good evening. Happy New Year. My name is Nahla Kayali. I'm the founder and executive director of Access California Services. I'm here to thank the city mayor, council members, city staff for all the support that we've been receiving to Access California Services. With your support, we grow our services at Access California Services 65% when we move to the new building. So thank you very much for all the support. Today, I'm asking you please to consider item number 8 on the agenda. Thank you very much for all the support.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Noting for the record that we did receive 13 electronic comments. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. So we will now close the public comment session of this meeting and move to council communications. I'll start off while my council colleagues mark in on the items they would like to share. So I wanted to just start and highlight something and thank all of the residents, school board members, teachers, and community folks that have emailed and called our office about some of the immigration questions that are coming up. And just highlight that since 2017, Anaheim has been part of something called Welcoming America, which is a national network of more than 100 cities, including cities like San Diego, Dallas, Chicago, Atlanta, and others. And what it means is that we are a city that welcomes immigrants and other newcomers to our great city. It means that we embrace the American dream and do what America has done for some centuries. Welcome and help integrate newcomers and benefit from the positive role that our immigrant population plays both in our neighborhoods and in our economy. Our city was founded by immigrants, and we continue to be a city of immigrants today, as highlighted by the work of Access California, as we designate areas like Little Arabia, as we see in every corner of our city what diverse populations and languages we have within the great city of Anaheim. I know I've gotten questions. I know my council colleagues have gotten questions. And so we just wanted to highlight our common sense approach to immigration. We follow California law. Anaheim is not directly involved in federal immigration law, just as we do not get involved in issues of national tax policy, national environmental laws, or other federal laws. We leave that to our federal partners with their resources, and we focus on what is important in our community, which is public safety. To do that, we need everyone in our community to have confidence that they can and should work with our police and work with our city staff. So we can all agree that if someone is here and commits a serious crime, they need to be held accountable, and sometimes that means being removed. But where federal law must be enforced in Anaheim, we ask that it's fair, it's reasonable, and it is based on the current state of federal law. And the majority of people here that make our community so wonderful are people that play by the rules, and we welcome your positive contributions to our city. We also continue to support rational reform of our immigration system and a path to citizenship for those that earn it. And so I want everyone to just go to, with your questions, Anaheim's approach at anaheim.net/welcoming. Please direct any questions or concerns you have to the city. And if you have anyone in your community that has questions, please direct them to this asset on our city website. And I know some of my council colleagues are working on a Know Your Rights pamphlet that we will be making available to you to be distributing in our communities. So thank you for letting me highlight that. I wanted to move next to the Boys and Girls Club event that we celebrated just yesterday. For those of you that have not heard, we are expanding the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Anaheim Cypress to include the Boys and Girls Club of Central Orange Coast. Our Boys and Girls Club in Anaheim has been here for more than 35 years. The club plays a vital role in our community as a place where kids and families can play, get food, get services, and be enriched by their wonderful after-school programs. The joining of our clubs will make all of our cities stronger. It will bring even more resources to Anaheim families with expanded mental health wellness programs, support college-bound students, and workforce readiness, among other services. So thank you to everyone in Anaheim that has always supported our Boys and Girls Clubs. You help create a better future for our kids, our families, and our neighborhoods for years to come. And if you have any questions about the Boys and Girls Club, I would direct you to their website and social media where they are rolling out their plans this week. Also, earlier today, we celebrated a brand new chapter for baseball in our city. Pioneer Park's Big A ballpark field is being renovated. The ADA compliant field was the first of its kind when it was opened for the All-Star Game in 2010, and still today, there is no other field that is ADA compliant like it in all of Orange County. So this field makes baseball accessible to all kids, no matter their physical ability. And as we all know, baseball is a uniquely American sport and American tradition, and it's all obviously vital to the fabric of Anaheim, as we are one of only 30 cities in the United States and Canada to call themselves a baseball city. I thank my council colleagues that are pictured here that were with me today. We've seen the incredible wide-reaching impact that baseball has had for our families and our city, and I want to thank the Angels for their partnership in this legacy project, and we look forward to completing the project and reopening in March. So special shout out to our community services team that was out there today, as well as our public works, making sure that this field is going to be open for generations. Sadly, has been highlighted by one of our public commenters, I do join many in remembering Shirley McCracken, a pioneering woman on Anaheim City Council and a tireless advocate for our community. Former Councilmember McCracken passed away this month at the age of 87. In 1996, she became only the second woman elected to Anaheim City Council after Marion Kaywood in 1974. And she also served on our City Council from 1996 to 2004. As Anaheim's first female mayor and part of a 5-person female majority on our council today, we all owe Shirley McCracken a debt of gratitude for her groundbreaking public service. I also want to join our community in remembering the matriarch and namesake of our beloved Mama Cosa's Italian restaurant, Vicky Oat Cosa. Vicky founded the restaurant with Frank Cosa Sr. in 1965. Mama Cosa's and is an Anaheim favorite for many, including Gwen Stefani, Guy Fieri. And Mama Cosa is survived by her 10 children, 23 grandchildren, and 23 great-grandchildren, including 2 more on the way. So our heart and our compassion goes out to the Cosa family. We are having on Monday a donation drive. Again, as been mentioned, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with all of those affected by the fires that are happening across Los Angeles and Ventura counties. We're grateful that our city so far has been spared from the severe impacts of the region's windstorms, and our thoughts remain with those facing hardships. As we stand with our neighbors during this unthinkable time, your support can provide essential resources and help to those in need. We will be hosting a donation drive to help those affected by the wildfires in conjunction with the Anaheim Fire Department. On Monday, Martin Luther King's Day of Service, we will be collecting new socks, underwear, t-shirts, undershirts, diapers, and toiletries. So please come by on Monday, January 20th. You can drop off items at these 3 designated Anaheim fire stations from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Station 1, located at 500 East Broadway in District 3. Station 10 at 8270 East Monte Vista Road in District 6, as well as Station 11 at 3078 West Orange Avenue. If you are unable to participate in our donation drive, please look to make a meaningful contribution in any way you can by donating to either the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, the American Red Cross, or our Salvation Army. We do like to unfortunately remind folks to be wary of scams and do try to send your donations to a trusted group. Again, we appreciate Anaheim's amazing generosity at this time in supporting our neighbors to the north. Together, as is the Anaheim way, we can make a real difference. So I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of all that lost their lives in the tragic fires, as well as in the memory of Shirley McCracken and Vicky Cosa. So now I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Maas.
I just want to give my personal thanks to our own fire department, our own public utilities, and Anaheim's Public Works. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for removing debris from the road, keeping the water running, and making sure that we're going to have the water we need. Thank you to the fire department for keeping a watch. There's been so much criticism in LA about it being unexpected. And I thought about that, and I thought about our own departments who, when there's going to be a wind, they start moving. They don't wait for something to happen. So thank you very much on behalf of the residents, especially the residents of District 4 and myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Clerk, I believe I have some slides. Thank you. I was just showing yesterday's event at Angel Stadium. Very excited for what's to come for the Boys and Girls Club as the Anaheim Cypress joins forces with the Central Coast chapters. And last week, Councilmember Kurtz and I had the pleasure of joining students at Sunkist Elementary. It was part of the Bright Girls program, which is a part of our Anaheim Public Utilities. It was a pleasure to be a part of a question and answer panel and to potentially see some upcoming Anaheim City staff there amongst us. And last week, I also had the pleasure of taking a tour of our APU facilities. It's amazing what we bring to our city, the reliability, the affordability, and we have a lot to be proud of. I was also a part of today's event at Pioneer Park, which is my childhood park. We have a lot to be proud of here in Anaheim to have an accessible field where kids, regardless of ability, have a place to play. And I don't have pictures for all the activities I've been participating in the last month, but I do want to give a shout out to Maureen Richardson and the senior services staff. They put on an amazing holiday event and a New Year's Day event to celebrate our seniors and older adults in the city. I also attended a New Year's concert put on by Anaheim District 5 resident Vern Nelson. He brought together community leaders from across the county for a wonderful performance. And that's all I have. Thank you.
And then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also join my colleagues in thanking all of our first responders who are battling wildfires, especially our Anaheim teams that are out supporting and assisting in the situation. I don't have a slide for this, but for our businesses that are in Little Arabia, we do have an opportunity for you. It is the SBDC Start Little Arabia edition. It is a course, essentially, to help you. It's a hybrid program to help you in collaboration with the City of Anaheim's Economic Development Department. It's designed to equip entrepreneurs, business owners with the essential skills to turn their business into success. Participants will dive into business planning, market analysis, and financial fundamentals, learning to manage cash flow, source funding, and setting up accounting systems. So if you are interested in registering, you can register today, sbdc.startlittlearabia.eventbrite.com. I'd like to highlight our January 2025 Business of the Month, WADA Optometry. Dr. Garrett Wada has been boldly leading the way in optometry for over 3 decades and going where no optometrist's office has gone before, ensuring Anaheim residents live long and prosper with exceptional eye care. Wada Optometry goes beyond meeting expectations, they exceed them. Their commitment to comprehensive eye care includes managing ocular diseases, co-managing refractive surgery, and handling eye emergencies. Patients receive out-of-this-world care in a Star Trek-themed environment that's both welcoming and innovative. This is truly a place where technology and compassion intersect. Like a dedicated Starfleet crew, Dr. Wada and his team work tirelessly to improve their patients' quality of life through personalized attention and advanced treatments. They have become a trusted name located in West Anaheim's Little Arabia, and they are known for their professionalism, innovation, and unwavering dedication to eye health. Dr. Wada and his team are truly boldly seeing the future, one patient at a time. So congratulations, Dr. Wada and the entire team for being recognized as our January 2025 Business of the Month. And over the last few weeks, our community has experienced a profound loss of remarkable women, including former Mayor Pro Tem Shirley McCracken, who played pivotal roles in shaping the heart of West Anaheim. I join you, Madam Mayor, in remembering Vicky Koza, the Koza family matriarch, the original Mama Koza, whose leadership and dedication built Mama Koza's into a cherished District 2 and West Anaheim institution. She leaves behind a legacy of connection, hospitality, and community. Her efforts not only shaped the local treasure, but also strengthened the sense of community that we all hold dear. We also remember Gloria de Dodo, the original matriarch of Cortinas. She dedicated her life to creating a beloved gathering place for families and friends. Cortinas stands as a testament to her vision, hard work, and love for our community, serving generations with its welcoming atmosphere and delicious traditions. Both women exemplified the spirit of entrepreneurship, resilience, courage, and community that make District 2 and West Anaheim unique. Their contributions go far beyond their businesses, touching the lives of countless residents and visitors alike. I thank you, Madam Mayor, in adjourning in memory of Vicky Koza, and ask that we also adjourn in memory of Gloria de Dodo to honor their lives, their legacies, and the lasting impact that they have had on West Anaheim. May their families find comfort in knowing the profound difference that they have made in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubalcaba, and then Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe I have a couple of slides. And I want to apologize in advance. This is sort of long because it's been quite some time since we had a council meeting. As everybody knows, I represent District 3, which is approximately 50,000 residents, working class individuals. And I have the great opportunity to partner with many businesses as well as city staff and community leaders to serve my district. I know that this is not part of governance. However, it does give us an opportunity to get into the communities to really understand the needs of the people who are living in the districts that we serve. So with that, I am excited to share some of the highlights that we had in December. Partnering with a local business, Mondragon Market, which is a 40-year staple in District 3, we were able to host on December 20th a holiday event, bringing over 300 kids and families from District 3. I'm happy to have had the support from many of our city departments, including Public Utilities, our Anaheim Police Department, Anaheim Fire. It was a great moment for community. Next slide. And I also want to recognize another small business, K&A, which many of you may know and patron, that is located on Center Street. They have been in our community for nearly 20 years, and this year we celebrated 16 years of their contribution back to our community. One of the things that they do is an annual brunch on Christmas Eve, but leading up to that, there are several other things that take place, including a wrapping event, which my council colleague joined me at. Very fun. We wrapped over 1,000 gifts within 3 days of getting prepared for this event. Next slide. That same day, we also had the opportunity of visiting some families who have need in District 3 and in Anaheim in general. 16 families are adopted by K&A, actually 29 this year. We increased the number because of the need. And we were able to deliver gifts to families, not just presents for the kids, but also for the mothers and the fathers, which included blankets or pots and pans, whatever was on their wish list. K&A was able to identify the families working directly with the school district, so we knew exactly who was specifically in need. I was also joined by Lieutenant Steve Pena in delivering some of these gifts, so it was just an honor to be able to support some of the families who live on Pauline Street. That's where the 2 families were that we were able to deliver that day. And leading up to all of that, K&A's big event is on Christmas Eve. We hosted about 1,000 people. There were 800 plates of food served, hot meals. And we were supported by our firefighters, our Anaheim Police Department, Public Works, ASME, public utilities. So a thank you to all of the city departments for taking the initiative to come out and support our community. It was a wonderful day for all of the kids. As you can see, the kids were excited to be able to meet some of our police officers and firefighters, and they did receive gifts that they were able to go home and open up. Some of these kids, these are the only gifts that they might receive for Christmas, and it was just a really touching opportunity to be able to participate alongside KNA and many of our volunteers for this event. I also, this is actually a 2025 event, so one of the things that we celebrate within the Latino community is Dia de Reyes Magos, and we were able to host this event this year at the downtown Anaheim Community Center, and as you can see, we had a ton of kids, so we had over 300 individuals participate in this event. We had performances, and we also had a presentation on the Three Wise Men, which is what the celebration is. It's a very a historical and significant event that really helps educate kids on the reason for the season. So one of the things that is part of that also is a traditional rosca, which I will show in a separate slide. I also want to thank our partners, because none of this activity in the community would be possible without the contributions that we receive from many of our labor unions. And I want to highlight here not only our labor unions, but also Anaheim Fire and Rescue, as well as Anaheim Fire Association, our Anaheim Police Department, as well as our Anaheim Police Association, who not only donated gifts, but also delivered them and helped us wrap in some cases. And I know I wasn't the only one who received, but many of my council colleagues. So thank you for making these events possible for the people who live in Anaheim. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention businesses that support all of these events. So starting from the left, there is Starbucks, who actually donated coffee and cups, as well as one of their other beverages to some of these events. They served over 1,000 people at the KNA event, and then they also came to other community events. The Mondragon family, they also participated, and then also the KNA couple, Kathy and Art, which many of you are familiar with. Kona Ice donated ice to the kids that were at these events, and in some cases, this is probably the first time that some of these kids have actually tasted a Kona Ice, with the exception of the raspado that you might get at our local parks and surrounding areas. And then I also want to thank Northgate for donating all of the rosca, which is the traditional bread that was provided at one of the events. So they did give us 6 of these breads that we were able to provide to the community. In District 3, we also had a couple of incidences related to a fire tragedy. One of the historic homes in District 3 was lost to a fire, sadly, but I do want to thank our Anaheim Fire Department for coming to their assistance immediately. It was right before Christmas when this happened, and all of their Christmas presents were destroyed in the fire. They were also displaced, and our Anaheim firefighters gathered up toys and hosted this family to help them prepare for the holidays. And I also, the same day of that fire, we also had another fire in District 3, and a garage was destroyed. And I just want to recognize the young man. He's 12 years old. His name is Joseph, but he actually saved his house. He called 911. He was home alone, and their garage was on fire, and he was able to communicate with our dispatch and get help so that they could minimize the damage to his home. He was also trying to put the fire out with a hose at the direction of a neighbor who was helping to assist him. So I just wanted to recognize Joseph and his bravery for helping to save his family, and also some of the surrounding homes in the area. And then, as my other council colleagues have mentioned, I want to recognize Robert Santana, who is the incoming or the new CEO for the Anaheim Boys and Girls Club, which is now part of Central Orange Coast. The one benefit, I think, to this this merger is the fact that we're going to have a significant amount of investment into our community. District 3 is seeing an increase in gang activity, and one of their initiatives is around our youth. They are also working on college prep programs in collaboration, hopefully, with our Anaheim Union High School District. As a student who graduated from Anaheim, I know the importance of being able to have access to tools that'll get our students into college-bound programs programs or trades. I didn't have that, and I'm happy to see the Boys and Girls Club now participating in that. They will also be creating a Chiefs Council to engage our fire department as well as our police department in helping to work with the local youth in our community. And then sadly, I just want to recognize a couple of individuals who tragically passed away. Off on the right is Dr. Al Maharas, who served as superintendent for the Orange County Department of Education. I worked very closely with Superintendent Maharas when I was at the Orange County Business Council, and he was always an inspiration, and I learned a lot from him. So I just want to recognize the loss to the community. He died of cancer at a very young age. And then also an Anaheim native from Najarenos Car Club, Anthony Zaragoza, who unfortunately died on New Year's Day. And I recognize him specifically because he has been a fierce supporter of many of the events that I host alongside many community members in Anaheim. He also participated as part of the car club and also my council office in the 2023 and 2024 Halloween parade. We've also partnered on back-to-school supply drives, and we also had events at Pearson Park. So I'm asking Mayor Aiken to please close the meeting in their memory. And then last but not least, I just wanted to mention, I know one of the things, and I don't have a picture for this, so one of the things that I just want to recognize, as the representative for District 3, I listen to the needs of my community, and I want to recognize the progress that our homeless task force is making, and thank you to our city manager for listening to many of our requests. Public safety is a priority for us in the community, and we want to make sure that we're providing our unhoused population with the services that they need, but we also need to keep in mind that we need to keep our community safe. So with that said, I just want to recognize the team that has been pulled together, and you can elaborate on this, Jim, but it's been going on for about 3 months. All of our city departments have come into action in response to community requests, and we are making progress. So I want to thank the Housing and Community Development Department, Anaheim Police Department, CCRT, Community Services, Code Enforcement, North Orange County Court, including the Public Defender's Office. It has also helped that Prop 36 has also allowed us to continue to enforce and help our community maintain safety, which is, if you are listening to the constituents who live in our district, including some of the people who are here at public comment, this is something that is important. In a short time, this program has launched successfully, changing the lives of many people who are transitioning from homelessness into transitional housing. And I believe that Sandra Lazo gave a really good presentation and a success story for somebody who has been a staple in our community but has been unable to find housing, but is now sober and thriving in our community. So I want to thank you guys for your dedication to Anaheim and for the ongoing effort that we will continue to make. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge our fire department, our public utilities, our public works, and just note that the philosophy of Anaheim, and the fire chief told me this one time, because obviously I'm in District 6, we have open space nearby, we've endured fires and evacuations, and he has told me and the community, it's not if it's going to happen again, it's when. And so using that philosophy, Anaheim has taken a proactive approach to put ourselves in a place where we can respond quickly, try to minimize damage. We have cameras out there looking for smoke all the time. We have people that are engaged in reporting. We do our best to train people to be ready to evacuate, how to evacuate. We have looked at our evacuation plans and greatly improved them since our last large-scale evacuation. And so we are in a better position. Now, something unprecedented like has happened recently, we are in a much better position. We have the utilities that will support our water services. We have our personnel staged out there when we have high winds coming. But at the end of the day, we're going to have a fire out there someday, And I want everybody to be able to protect themselves, get evacuated, and we will do whatever we can to protect the structures out there. But the most important thing is get out, get your family out, get your animals out if you can, and be safe. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Member Bayless?
Thank you. I'll try to be semi-short here. Counting today, this will be my second and one-half city council meeting. I just want to say thank you to all of the staff. I talk about baptism by fire, and I just want to say thank you all for being accommodating to me, teaching me the rules, and helping me get along. So thank you for that. And then this week, or I think it was last week, I attended an introduction with Dooku and the utility department to look at the structures that's in and around and supports Anaheim. Included in that tour was Beach Boulevard. I'm sure as all of the District 1 residents know, that was down to 2 lanes. I've been told that it will be, the barriers will be moved very quickly. They're finished going underneath the channel that's there, and I know I, for one, can't wait to see the rest of that project finished. It's going to really look Beach Boulevard, look really, really good. So thank you for that, Dooku. Thank you for the tour. I can tell you with personal experience that we are in a very good shape with the utility, not only in District 1, but all throughout Anaheim. So thank you for that, and that'll be all.
Thank you. So that will close our council communications. We've already done our city manager's report, so we're going to now move into our city council consent calendar. Items 1 through 12 are before us. If any council members would like to remove an item for further discussion, can you please weigh in now? I will start with Council Member Kurtz.
Thank you. Item number 6.
Okay. Councilmember Meeks.
Items 9 and 11.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I was 8, and thank you. I was going to pull 9 as well.
And Councilmember Leon.
Item 5, please, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so seeing no other items, will someone please?
I'll move.
Thank you. Please vote.
The consent calendar included ordinance number 6600, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending 6.30 smoking in public places of Title VI, Public Health and Safety of the Anaheim Municipal Code, non-pro-tunc, to include provisions inadvertently omitted from recently adopted ordinance number 6591. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So the first item that we're going to start with, we'll do it in numerical order. Item number 5, which was pulled by Council Member Leon. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
As for staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Thank you, and I'd like to kick it immediately to Deputy City Manager Brittany and Arden Berjickley. Sorry, I can't pronounce your
I just got a
last name.
promotion. Assistant to the city manager, Brittany Malinowski.
I really messed that up. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I want to first thank you for your kind comments for the fire tragedies that have been occurring in LA County. Thank you very much. I am Arden Berjickley, Assistant City Attorney and Ethics Officer for the City of Anaheim. With me is Brittany Malinowski, Assistant to the City Manager. The item before you tonight is a resolution to amend Council Policy 1.13, which is entitled Public Posting of Calendars for Key City Officials of Anaheim. This policy applies to key city officials who regularly attend external city-related appointments and events as representatives of the city, as well as meetings with members of the public, lobbyists, and others related to city business and decision-making. These key city officials include the mayor, city council members, city manager, assistant city manager, and deputy city manager. Per the current policy, calendars which are required to be kept and reflecting the prior month's meetings and events are to be posted on the city's website by the 10th business day of each month. The city introduced this policy as a forward-thinking local government dedicated to ensuring transparency and to making more accessible records that would otherwise be subject to a Public Records Act request. Government's duty is to serve the public, and the public benefits from being informed about certain meetings and events of its key city officials. Since the adoption of the policy back in November of 2023, so a little over a year from now, the city manager's office has received various questions regarding which appointments or events must be included in these public calendars. Therefore, to provide clarity and guidance, the following amendments to the policy are being proposed before you. With regard to public events, this amendment would require the inclusion of public events attended in your official city capacity, in addition to scheduled meetings and calls relating to external city business. The policy was intended to capture this, and the amendments would now make that very clear. With regard to unscheduled calls or meetings, this amendment would encourage but not absolutely require the reporting of unscheduled calls or meetings related to official city business. This strikes a balance between transparency and reasonableness, and I could explain that further. The intent of an unscheduled meeting and or call, as a hypothetical, would be if one of you were to be walking along the street or in a grocery store over the weekend and you happen to run into a constituent that brings up something related to a city matter. Another example would be if you receive a phone call unexpectedly that you happen to answer, and there's a brief discussion about some sort of a city-related matter. Those are unscheduled meetings and or calls, and they're usually not placed onto your calendar to begin with. However, under these amendments, we're encouraging you to also place those on your calendar. What usually occurs with those types of situations is if it's something substantial, you usually schedule something for a later date, which would hold a longer type meeting to discuss this item. The other amendment that we're proposing are meeting locations. Due to safety reasons at times, this amendment would specify that listing the location of a meeting is not necessarily required. Listing of attendees. The policy requires that each appointment listed on the calendar include the date, time, names, titles, and affiliated organizations of the people in attendance. Understanding that some events may involve larger number of groups of people, this amendment is to specify that identifying the sponsoring organization of an event instead of listing all attendees is more practical under the reporting guidelines. Finally, we expanded upon the exemption section of this calendar policy. These series of amendments are to define a list of reporting exemptions to better guide you as key city officials as to what does not need to be listed on your public calendars. Examples include personal appointments, campaign-related appointments, which are of course separate from your duties as elected officials, and other exemptions include information that may be confidential or privileged and otherwise not disclosable. This policy is not intended to document every single interaction public officials may have. And some officials may voluntarily disclose additional details beyond what the policy requires. These amendments aim to balance transparency with practical reporting guidelines for officials. I do want to say also that there is no state law that requires a public official to maintain a public calendar. Anaheim is being very transparent with this policy and forward-thinking. This concludes our report, and we are now happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of quick clarifying questions, more for the public. Mr. Deputy City Attorney, are we getting rid of the public calendar posting at all?
No, we are not. In fact, in our belief, we are clarifying it to answer many questions that have come up over the last year. And we're in fact expanding it to now include clearly that public events attended by city officials in your city capacity are absolutely to be included in this policy.
So we're expanding the policy.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy City Attorney. If there's no other comments, I'll move the item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I just wanted to highlight and thank you for bringing this forward. I know that when we brought this forward the first time, it really stemmed from an obligation to restore the public's faith in our service and making sure that our intentions were true. And while our work is not done, I think giving us the flexibility to put more than is required and just to acknowledge that the public posting is meant to be a floor and not a ceiling lets us have more flexibility to publish things. I know that a lot of us, as you can see from our council communications, spend hours and hours going to community events, having meetings with constituents, and some of those weren't being posted because I didn't technically qualify as a meeting. So I really appreciate being able to share with my constituents across all the districts the events that I'm going to support our community in Anaheim. So I know there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Policy 1.13 of the City Council Policy Manual relating to the posting of public calendars by key city officials and rescinding Resolution Number 2023-102. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So the next item that was pulled is item number 6 by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I just have one clarifying question. These resolutions cover several bargaining units, AFSCME, AMEA, police, fire, some others. I just want to be assured that you indeed did or have agreement with the unions involved that the job titles that you were deleting are okay with them, that there's an agreement?
Yes, that is correct. We did receive their concurrence, not just all the labor groups identified in the staff report, but all of the affected departments as well. In fact, last week, a summary email was sent to the affected labor groups with the attached classifications for deletions, just for their awareness, and we have not received any objection.
Thank you. With that, I'll move the item.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution 2024-079 as amended for the purpose of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classifications designated as non-represented full-time and part-time employees. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution Number 2023-081 as amended for the purpose of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classifications represented under the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 2002 General Management Unit. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution Number 2023-082 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classifications represented under the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 2002 Professional/Technical Management Unit. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution 2023-083 as amended for purposes of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, pay policies for classification represented under the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 2002 Confidential Unit. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution Number 2022-136 as amended for purposes of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classifications represented under the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association General Employees. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution Number 2022-137 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, and/or modifying certain classifications, classifications, rates, and compensation, and pay policies for classifications represented under the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association, clerical employees. On the resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim, amending Resolution 2022-138 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, and or modifying certain classifications, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classification represented under the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association part-time unit. And amending Resolution number 2023-072 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, or and modifying certain classification, rates of compensation, pay policies for classifications represented in International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 47, General Unit. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution 2022-135 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, and or modifying certain classification, rates of compensation, and pay policies for classifications represented under the Anaheim Firefighter Association, Local 2899. And the last resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Resolution numbers 2020-023 and 2024-101 as amended for purpose of creating, deleting, or modifying certain classification, rates of compensation, and pay policy for classification represented under the Anaheim Police Association. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Madam Clerk, Carlos just said, can you repeat that? So the next item that was pulled is item number 8, pulled by Councilmember Rubalcaba. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please. Just since you wrote it, we might as well.
Thank you. Heather Allen, Acting Planning and Building Director. So this item is the second request from Access California. As I believe was mentioned in public comment, Access California is a tenant in city property, provides services under contract with community services. The specific request is for building and public works grading permit fees for the construction of their outdoor basketball court and tenant improvements for the property at 300 West Carl Karcher Way. The request, obviously the pleasure of the council, is to waive, essentially as a reimbursement, previously paid fees, $13,012. As a point of information, we did look at both historical fee waivers coming through both building and public works for nonprofits and city facilities. And to the best of our record keeping going back the last 5-6 years, this seems to be the only such request that we're bringing forward from a nonprofit.
Perfect, and it's even though it's waiving it, it's still a credit.
It would be a reimbursement, yes.
Reimbursement, okay. And I support this recommendation from staff. I know you take a lot of consideration into making these recommendations, but I also have to just highlight the fact that Access California has really been a staple in our community, serving some of our most vulnerable populations. And as a person who sat on the Community Services Board alongside our mayor, we had the just pleasure of hearing from Nala every year as she came forward, and we've seen her grow in the community, and she's serving so many more people. And this is located in my district in an area that is very impacted by criminal activity. And it's nice to see that we have a facility there that has been upgraded and just adds another layer of pride for us in Anaheim. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for recommending to waive this fee for this nonprofit. And with that, I'll make the motion to approve unless there's other comments.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Leon. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim waiving building and public works related fees applicable to the Access California Services Project at 300 West Carl Karcher Way. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item to be pulled was item number 9, pulled by Councilmember Meeks and Rubalcaba. Councilmember Meeks, would you like a staff report?
I don't need a staff report. I just want to reaffirm a no vote on this related to the group homes and their negative impact on neighborhoods. I think I can't support this until the city can develop a better strategy on how we can address this. And I understand that these are rules coming down from the state, but I won't be blackmailed. I just can't support that. I believe they're blackmailing cities into compliance in things that we should have local control over. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment too. This really kind of puts me at odds here a little bit. If we say no to this, the city's going to lose some services from the state. I have to agree with Councilmember Meeks. Some of the laws that are coming down from the state, they really do take away local control, and I don't believe that that's fair. So I'm in between a rock and a hard place here, and I just wanted to at least say this is one of the reasons why I volunteered for the SCAG committee. Don't know if I'm going to be able to have any effect on it, but this is something I have every intention of bringing with me if I go to the state to say, look, these are some laws that are coming down. They do not benefit us here in Anaheim, and we need them to change. So anyways, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. And I know, just for the benefit of our two new council people, this stemmed out of a settlement of a unfortunate lawsuit where we were told, not only we've been told by the state, but then in a court of law, that this is just not, there's no path forward. But I just want to highlight, to your point, I don't think that we in any way as a council should stop asking our elected officials in Sacramento to fight and claw back some of the measures that have taken away local control. I think we owe it to our neighborhoods. I think we owe it to our residents. But to your point, we are a little bit stuck in a rock and a hard place. As we know, our housing department is losing millions of dollars every year that really goes to the neighborhoods and the residents that need it the most. But to the point that you can advocate on SCAG, I know I'm a member of Cal Cities, which always is putting local control at the forefront. And I've been very vocal on that. I know we have representation with Councilmember Kurtz on ACCOC. So you don't have to be in one of those positions to get our legislators on the horn and keep fighting for our residents. But I just want to say, I echo your sentiments and your frustration with where we are and how we got here. Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rob, please provide me with the possible scenario. What would it look like if we don't pass this, and explain the ramifications that our city may be subject to?
Some of them are more related to our efforts at closing our housing element, and I'm sure Ms. Allen could address that and what the impacts of that are. With regard to the legal position we have, I mean, it wouldn't really impact, I guess. I mean, this was part of I guess, an offshoot of the resolution we had, which is basically we're going to no longer pursue the appeal of the trial court loss in the Grandma's House of Hope case. This was another element of that in order for us to sort of close the door on the housing element part of it. So if we're not able to do this, we're probably in a very similar position that we were before we dropped the appeal, except we won't have the advantage of the appeal.
Thank you. And Ted, may I ask you a question, please? Or Heather, sorry.
Certainly.
Heather, please explain the difference between transitional housing and sober living homes as the state defines it. And what is Grandma's House of Hope?
Certainly. If the clerk, would you mind to show the staff computer? So in state law, the transitional housing, supportive housing, and then the related definition of target population are specifically defined. So this is the definition on the screen that is the proposed amended definition for our code. Key components are rental housing operated under a program. There is a type of assistance that is transitional, so at least 6 months, but the intent is that this be a recirculated housing option. Then supportive housing, this is no length of stay. Target population, which we'll get to in a second. So there is either on-site or off-site services to help the residents maximize their ability to live within the community. And then this is the target population definition. So you can see, and I'll paraphrase, there's generally a low-income component, as well as a disability component. And then at the bottom, it gives some options of included but not limited to types of folks. So these are very specific and narrow definitions in state law as it pertains to the government code. This is a separate land use from sober living. So there could be a narrow group of people who are disabled because that disability is alcohol related and they meet the income qualifications. But again, these are very specific land use designations that are coming from state law, and they are separate and apart from sober living.
Thank you.
And if I may, Council, to the second part in Rob's answer, for the other implications aside from the lawsuit, so we, without having this code amendment completed, we will not get a finding of substantial conformance from the state on our sixth cycle housing element. That means we will also not get a certified housing element following council adoption of the housing element and also completion of the related general plan update and rezone program, which is coming forward to you this spring. Without a certified housing element, the city is exposed to the potential to have what's called a builder's remedy application. So that means housing developments, regardless of the density, whether or not it is permitted in the zone, the city has very limited ability to deny such a project. As was mentioned, there are some funding implications as well. The city stands to lose in short term up to $10 million in funding for housing and homelessness from the state's permanent local housing allocation and the homeless housing assistance and prevention program. These programs are, so the PHLA is the only source of direct non-competitive funding for Anaheim housing production, and it's the only source of funding that allows us to help a broader mix of incomes to blend homeownership production into our pipeline. And then the HAP funding provides the city with flexible funding to prevent and end homelessness, and it's a key financial support for our homeless system of care, such as our Salvation Army Shelter and the CCRT. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thanks, Heather, for the overview. So a couple questions. This request, this modification to our code was a part of the housing element request when they kicked it back to us, right? These were recommendations for them to consider approving our housing element.
Correct.
Is this consistent across the state, or do they pick and choose which cities they get to give these different requirements to?
So it's a little bit of a nuance, and this was one of the topics I think that was part of the lawsuit as well. So overall, the way a housing element process works is a municipality looks at what is in compliance with code and is not required to change everything immediately, but is required to create a program to change it within the planning period associated with the housing element. HCD believes that we had this program in the fifth cycle. So their position is you don't get another bite at having a program. You need to amend the code to put the city in compliance with state law now before we'll certify the housing element for the sixth cycle.
Can you explain how many, just in District 3 alone, of transitional housing facilities that we currently have? And then also, I already know the answer to this, but you can go into the Grandma's House of Hope lawsuit and the reason why members of our community came here in full force. I think there were hundreds of people who showed up from District 3, even though this is a citywide issue. But can you just explain the CUP process and how it doesn't eliminate transitional housing from but it rather regulates?
Certainly. So the process that we have and that we're being tasked with removing is the code as previously written says if you are a transitional housing or supportive housing use and you have 6 or fewer residents, then you are by right, you go into a house with building permits, business licenses, but require no other review by the city. For 7 or more, currently the process is to require a conditional use permit. So for any, as you're well aware, for any use that requires a conditional use permit, we're looking at the suitability of the site, the location, and whether or not the impacts of the use can be addressed through conditions and to create a situation that is not a detriment to the site or the surroundings. So the city had in place the conditional use permit for the larger 7 or more sized transitional supportive housing. So that is to Councilmember Rubalcava's comment. So Grandma's House of Hope has multiple properties throughout the city that are 6 or fewer, operating as required without a conditional use permit. They came forward with the location that you mentioned to have a facility larger than 7. That triggered the conditional use permit requirement. And then that was before the council on appeal based on the concern of the residents for the impact of the project to the neighborhood.
Yeah, I believe their original request was for 30, and then they amended it to, I think, 20, and then it just kept reducing from that point. So I'm also voting no on this, but I do understand the value of getting our housing element approved, because I actually served on the housing element update, and it's been quite some time since we've been able to get this over the finish line. But are there other ways for us to track these homes? I mean, even though we cannot enforce a CUP, could we still require these businesses to register or obtain a license? So, I mean, because for me, it's very important that we're able to understand where they're located, because many of these facilities don't have the proper staffing. They have very vulnerable populations. And I think even for their own safety, we as a city should understand where they are located so that our law enforcement and our first responders are aware of some of the conditions that they might, and which I know Rob is going to say it's now we're getting into protected classes, but I think that would be, is there other ways for us to monitor the businesses that are operating in our residential areas? Because I'm hearing from my residents that they are concerned that there are, potentially people who are living 30 in a 3-bedroom house on a densely populated residential street. So are there other ways for us to consider just tracking?
Sure, and I guess a few different options. So one, if you're operating a business, any business in the city, you need to have a business license. So I think Rob will tell me we can't have a separate, unique registry for this use, but we can certainly require operators to be licensed. And I would say, for any residential use, the same building codes apply, the same nuisances apply. So if you are seeing a number of residents coming out of any property and that seems like it might be more than you would expect at a residence, call code enforcement. We'll go out and take a look at it. Again, regardless of the use, there are things that are triggered by occupancy. So if there are certain numbers of people, then we need to make sure the property is safe. So that may have a sprinkler requirement, that may have a exiting requirement based on the number of folks in the property. So there are absolutely things that your constituents can be mindful of. Obviously, noise and the normal residential nuisances that could occur would still apply. So to the extent that you're seeing cars parked in the lawn, trash, whatever you would see at a normal residence, absolutely would be something that code enforcement could go out and investigate.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody on this dais doesn't value the service that these transitional housing facilities are providing to our city and to people who need the resources. However, I do think that we need to be aware of where they're popping up. And in my district alone, we have Pearl Street, which is, I think, 75% of group homes, which, those are issues for quality of life within our neighborhoods. So I think that, if I could work with the city attorney to look at alternatives from a policy perspective, then, and also your department, I would be happy to do that. I think that we need to do something to protect the residents of Anaheim. And then I also am going to request that we have a meeting with constituents at a city facility. It could be the Downtown Community Center, to explain they've already reached out and asked for this, but to explain why we pulled back on the lawsuit and decided not to further fight, and then also what this means for the city of Anaheim, because this is not a District 3 issue, this is a city of Anaheim issue. And I know that there was recent case law that came down, a decision that could possibly influence some of these issues that we decided not to fight, but could have a beneficial outlook for this situation. So, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Thank you. Just want to let you know, I will vote in favor of this, but it doesn't mean I agree with everything. I actually agree with the council members that have raised the issues, that they've put us between a rock and a hard place. We're violating state law as a city right now, and the penalties are stiff. Losing money for housing. We have not been able to submit requests for housing from the Anaheim, or the Orange County Housing Trust, and several others. But the reality is, these are harming our neighborhoods. There's a legislator from Orange County, I think from South Orange County, raised an issue as she was attempting to introduce legislation, and that is when a neighborhood has so many of these homes, whether they be sober living homes or supportive housing, not only are the current residents impacted, but her question is, how do we expect the people moving into those homes to get better when next door to them is another home with people who are not being taken care of properly? And if you keep adding that throughout a neighborhood, and that's what generally happens, because you find a neighborhood that has a large enough home where they can subdivide bedrooms and dining rooms, and all of a sudden in a 3-bedroom home, you've got 9 bedrooms. How are those people going to get better when you've got neighbor after neighbor, or house after house after house on that street with the same living conditions? So I think as a council, as a city, we need to work together with other organizations, other cities, and push back, let our legislators know what the impact is. Because I'm with you, I don't oppose these homes. They're needed, there is value, but we've got to temper that with the rest of the city and all of our neighborhoods. So while I vote yes, I also would like, along with Councilmember Wolcova and anybody else, to really work on taking that message to Sacramento, hoping that they understand what may have been a good idea has evolved into this situation. So again, I'll vote yes, but it's a difficult yes.
Yeah, one question. So if these homes are subject to our other regulations, are they part of our rental inspection program? Because they are renting these spaces in this room, right? In this house.
That's a good question. You're referring to the quality rental housing program? Is that the?
Yeah, I know we have a rental inspection so that we have quality rental housing, and that people are not living in substandard conditions, and that they're in safe conditions, and they have exits, and they have, all the right things. So are these homes part of that program?
Correct. It would depend on the age and the nature of the home, whether or not they were formerly in the quality rental housing program, but that doesn't forego any substandard housing requirements. So again, if there are things that we would enforce in any residential structure, we absolutely would be able to enforce with these. But I think where you're going is to something maybe more proactive, and we can certainly take a look and see what options we may have as part of that program.
Yeah, it really seems to me they should be part of that program under the requirements they have. They're generally older homes. So they would qualify under those age restrictions, I think. I'm not super familiar with the program, but I know it's a proactive way where we are ensuring quality housing for the people that rent in our community, and this would fall under that. So
We can certainly take a look at that.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I concur with my colleagues on trying to see if there are any alternatives that we can find to ensure, obviously, the safety of all the residents, as well as the quality of life in our neighborhoods. And I hope to work with our state partners and the legislature, as well as my colleagues and members of our community, to see what it is that we can do to ensure that we are moving our city forward, keeping in mind the safety and quality of life for everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember. So with no further comments, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks and Councilmember Rubalcaba. The ordinance is introduced.
Thank you. So the last item that was pulled by Councilmember Meeks is item number 11. Would you like a staff report, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, it's a similar issue where I am very much opposed to some of the ADU allowances that are here, being put into this ordinance, where you can take up parking in underparked residential areas or rental apartments and put in more units, because that doesn't make sense. When you do that, I don't think that we have the ability to look at these things and make sure that they are quality housing, that this is going to be a place where people can live and prosper and be physically and mentally healthy when you just cram all these things with no oversight. So I am going to be registering a no on this one too.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. No further comments. Do we have a motion and a second? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, I know this is an item I asked a question about at the last meeting. I just wanted to ask for clarification purposes, because I know one of the amendments that we're making is being able to go from 6 foot walls to 8-foot walls. And then I remember you answering one of my questions about for folks that live next to an STR, people that want to build higher walls. You mentioned that if they're going from 6 feet to 7 feet, they can just do it. They don't need to do anything. Can you clarify if they're going from 6 feet to 8 feet? Because I know you mentioned that they would need like a builder's permit. Can you just clarify what that process looks like?
Certainly, yes. Your correct recollection. So if you're doing a wall 7 feet or less, you do not need a permit from building. If you're doing 7 feet, above 7 feet, then you do. So you would come into the building department if you've got questions about, I don't know if Terry's still here or not, that we may have some standard plans. We can also just kind of explain what would be required if you wanted to go extra plus a foot in that scenario. We'd be happy to explain what that would.
And is there a cost, I'm sorry to interrupt you, is there a cost associated with that?
There would be a building permit cost, yes.
How much is that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. If we can get that information,
Sure.
I think that'd be helpful.
And if we don't have a standard plan, that's probably something we can work with folks on maybe coming up with. As I expect there might be some common conditions we can pull some plans together.
Really help on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the item, Madam Mayor, if there wasn't a motion
I think
already.
we have one more comment by Councilmember
Thank you.
Willis.
Yes. I'd like to follow up on that, because I know we're talking about permit costs, but once we reach that 8-foot level, does the wall not need to be engineered? So that then creates additional costs on the resident?
Depending on the situation, it may need to be engineered, and obviously if there's a retaining condition in there as well, it could. So easy fix to add a foot up to 7, and then it gets a little bit more costly to go up to 8.
So then without the retaining option in there, can you guesstimate what an engineered wall would be
I could not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Leon. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending Chapters 18.04 Single-Family Residential Zones, 18.08 Commercial Zones, 18.10 Industrial Zone, 18.14 Public and Special Purpose Zones, 18.20 Platinum Triangle Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.30 Downtown Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.32 Downtown Mixed Use Overlay Zone, 18.36 Type of Uses, 18.38 Supplemental Use Regulations, 18.40 General Development Standards, 18.42 Parking and Loading, 18.44 Signs, 18.46 Landscaping and Screening, 18.52 Housing Incentives, 18.56 Nonconformities, 18.60 Procedures, 18.62 Administrative Reviews, 18.68 General Plan Amendments, 18.70 Final Plan Reviews, 18.92 Definitions, 18.108 Festival Specific Plan Number 90-1 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.110 East Center Street Development Specific Plan Number 90-2 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.114 Disneyland Resort Specific Plan Number 92-1 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.116 Anaheim Resort Specific Plan Number 92-2 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.118 Hotel Circle Specific Plan 93-1 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.120 Anaheim Canyon Specific Plan Number 2015-1 Zoning and Development Standards, 18.122 Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1 Zoning and Development Standards of Title 18 of the Anaheim Municipal Code, Adjustment Number 9 to the Municipal Specific Plan Number 90-1 Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 4 to the East Center Street Development Specific Plan Number 90-2 and Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 16 to the Disneyland Resort Specific Plan 92-1 Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 14 to the Anaheim Resort Specific Plan 92-2 Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 12 to the Hotel Circle Specific Plan Number 93-1 Zoning and Development Standards, Adjustment Number 15 to the Anaheim Canyon Specific Plan 2015-1 Zoning and Development Standards, and Adjustment 9 to the Beach Boulevard Specific Plan Number 2017-1 and Zoning Development Standards, and finally determining that this ordinance is not subject to the requirements to prepare additional environmental documentation per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3 because it would not have a significant effect on the environment. And the vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks and Councilmember Bacava. And the ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 13 on our agenda, which are appointments by the City Council to various city boards and commissions. I think I took the notes right at the beginning of the meeting, but if I skip somebody or make a mistake, please let me know. So the first one is our BIT Committee, Budget Investment and Technology Commission. There are 3 appointments. May I ask for all 3, City Clerk, and then do all in one vote?
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. So District 1, do you have an appointment?
I do, thank you. It'll be Paul DeLura.
Paul Gagora?
Correct.
And District number 4?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Marie E. Grandon.
And District 5?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have Jason Bivens.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint these commissioners. Is there a second? Do we need
Mayor, we don't need a motion in a second. We could just take in the appointments and then call for the vote.
Oh, sweet. All right. Call for the vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
So next will be the Community Services Board, District 1.
Thank you. I'm going to reappoint Steve Klein to the board.
Oh, thank you. District 4.
Stephen Douglas.
Thank you. And District 5.
Usha Shah.
Okay, thank you. Those are our appointments. Please vote.
Councilmember Bayless, if you can please cast your vote. The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
Next are the appointments to the Cultural and Heritage Commission. District 4, Councilmember Kurtz, do you have an appointment?
I do. Samantha Harris.
And Councilmember Moz, do you have an appointment for District 5?
I do. Richard Ramirez.
Okay, let's vote on those 2 appointments.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
For the Housing and Community Development Commission, Councilmember Kurtz, do you have an appointment for District 4?
I do. Joseph Gonzalez.
And Councilmember Maz?
I do not have one at this time.
Okay, excuse me, sorry, I missed that one. Okay, so can we please vote on Councilmember Kurtz's appointment?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
The appointments for Parks and Recreation Commission. Councilmember Bayless, you have an appointment for District 1?
I do, yes. Bill Couture.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz for District 4?
Yes, ma'am. Tony Flores.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz for District 5?
Robert Ryan.
Wonderful. Let's please vote on these 3 appointments.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
Appointments for Planning Commission. Councilmember Bayless for District 1?
Let me just say first, I apologize. We will all become to know him as AB. However, and I'm going to butcher this, I know, but it's Abdul Majid is the name.
Okay.
We'll know him as AB.
Councilmember Kurtz for District 4?
Luis Andres Perez.
Thank you. And Councilmember Maz for District 5?
Christopher Walker.
Thank you. Can we please vote on these 3 appointments?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
Appointments to the Public Utilities Board. Councilmember Kurtz, do you have an appointment for District 4?
Yes, I do. Talab Ibrahim.
And Councilmember Maz for District 5?
Yes, Mitchell Lee.
Thank you. Let's vote on those 2 appointments.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
For the Senior Citizen Commission, Councilmember Bayless, do you have an appointment for District 1?
It'll be Vic Rial.
Thank you. And Councilmember Kurtz for District 4?
Francis Notaboom.
And I believe that is the 2. So can we please vote on those 2 appointments?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
Last, but certainly not least, is our Sister City Commission. Councilmember Kurtz?
Yes, Alicia Valadez Gonzalez.
Wonderful. And Councilmember Maz for District 5?
Kevin Barrett.
Thank you. Let's vote on these 2 appointments.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointments move forward.
Wonderful. So next is our report for closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out?
No reportable action, Madam Mayor.
And Madam Clerk, we do not have any public speakers left over.
That's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Does anyone have an item for a future meeting? And just highlighting for my council colleagues, I believe starting with our next one, we have 3 in a row. So just be ready. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to direct staffs to study adjustments to the county-city boundary on portions of the county islands along Brookhurst and to bring back a recommendation of potential adjustments to that boundary, as well as potential recommendations on a request to LAFCO.
Oh, sorry, what was the last part?
On a request to LAFCO.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva.
I would just like to, and I don't really know if this is not an agenda setting request, but it's more of a, can we send some guidance to, and maybe we have to bring them back, but to the ATID committee, that the oversight committee. A couple of the things that I would like them to see them work on, and I could always reach out to Brittany, but workforce housing, I'd love to get insight into what they're doing on the ATID front with that. look at their frequency of meetings. I know they're still quarterly. I think they have a meeting coming up this Thursday. We had their CEO here at the last meeting, which was a good meeting. I'd like to see on their agenda the Transportation Committee. I had a chance to take a look at it, and the makeup is interesting because there are a couple people who are on, I think it's a 3-person committee, and 2 of them don't even contribute into the Anaheim Transportation Network. So for me, that's a point of interest because who's funding ATN, and what does that look like from the transportation front? And then also, I'd love to know how they are securing their conventions and whether or not there is a strategy to ensure that all 94 hotels are taken into consideration when they are filling these rooms. So I think that we need to set up all of the people who are contributing to the ATID for success. So that's something that I'm really concerned about. And then also, I didn't bring this up because the city attorney kind of clipped my wings at the last meeting, but I just want to also chat or hear more about the $1.5 million that we've asked them to return several times, and I'd like them to agendize that discussion, and I'd like to know which of their board members is not voting yes to return it to the city of Anaheim. And then I'd also like to hear more about their request to increase the ATID from 2% to 4%. I am concerned about how we may not be competitive. And I know that the argument that they are making is that it would help us to do the workforce housing initiative, but I think the majority of it's going to Visit Anaheim for marketing and not necessarily coming to the housing. So those are agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other items, Mr. City Manager, I wanted to just, if you could spend a very brief minute or two just kind of highlighting some of our new decor in the city council chambers.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. Yes, so last year, staff spent some time with the city council working on our strategic plan. And so in preparation for regrouping with the public, with the council and our 2 new members here later in the spring, we have posted our strategic plan, our goals, and our vision, mission, and values here in the council chambers as a reminder to all of us what the council has adopted. And so we'll be using those as a foundation for our discussion with the public, with the council, as we build on that for our discussion here in the next couple months. And using that for, like I said, our foundation for going into 2025 and well beyond.
Thank you. I really am excited to see that go up and be a formal reminder to us of our strategic plan. And is there any plan to add to the point when it's relevant what part of the strategic plan agenda items are referring to? Obviously, some items just come up because we're responsive to urgent matters, but for things that potentially fall under our strategic plan, can we add that either to staff reports or to the agenda so it's easy for the public to see which category it falls under?
Go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, just to follow up to that. So we have been working with our departments as well as City Manager's Office as we're looking at the items, and language has been added within the staff reports when we find meeting our goals of that strategic plan and outlining where those, where the action by the council and recommendation council, how it's meeting the goals of the strategic plan, and it's been added on some of the staff reports as moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So with no other communications and no other business before the council, I would like to adjourn the meeting until January 28th, 2025 in the memories of Dr. Al Mijares, Gloria Didota, Vicky Cosa, Shirley McCracken, Anthony Zaragoza, as well as the victims of the LA Ventura fires. Thank you very much, everybody.